swallowing millions of lives every year, one every 22 seconds, a pandemic which seems unstoppable. The clock is ticking, the world and its leaders are running out of time.
I tell you, each Baba Samadhi darshan is a spiritual treat, enjoy. Spiritual feast, enjoy. Don't miss it. Never miss a Baba Samadhi darshan. Enjoy Paramashivoham, which is introducing and making you cognize the cosmic principles and cosmic beings, being of Paramashiva. 1 or 2 times have Ganapati darshan, Venkateshwara Baba Samadhi darshan, Devi Baba Samadhi darshan. By 3rd time, 4th time you will see every prayer Parashakti. Simply those prayers become reality, and the relationship between you and that cosmic beings built.
God is Guru to make you realize you are God. Only then you will achieve enlightenment. Guru is the manifest form of Paramashiva. Paramashiva is unmanifest source of Guru. I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian, get your free e-passport and make billions receive this free e-passport.
At least once in life, come face to face with God. A glorious tradition in Hinduism is Pada Puja, when the divine Paramashiva radiates through the master to receive your worship and love, bless you, comfort you, empower you to meet your desires, remind you that you are him, not the limited human existence you identify with. Today, Paramashiva himself lives and walks among us as His Divine Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Compelled out of deep love for you, He has descended in person to awaken you to the experience that you and He are one, and that He happens exclusively for you.
If you decide you, me, you, I'll give me to you.
Come experience the ultimate, the Parama, that you possibly can. Allow yourself to receive what God has personally come to tell you. Come sit at His feet by performing the Pratyaksha Pada Puja.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
Even a malignant man, by beginning in the company of Satsangha, makes even the impossible as possible in this world. Kailasa is the message from Paramashiva to have superconscious breakthrough. Enlightenment, power manifestation, Paramashiva, everything served to you without you even moving out of your couch. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. We can multiply the quality and quantity of your life.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanam, everybody. I welcome every one of you for yet another beautiful, powerful, and auspicious day of Nitya Satsangh. Today is the 31st of March 2021, and just as we all received the Nitya Satsangh yesterday, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Swamiji, shared the powerful secrets and truths about experiencing the entire life as auspiciousness and having the powerfulness over the present moment. Now, let's enter into today's session where we are going to be understanding about Kailasa and the Vedas, which are the cosmic source scriptures of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is a reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened civilization, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. The Supreme Pontiff is an avatar as per the Hinduism and is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the science of power manifestation, yoga, and created temple-based universities for humanity. The sovereign order of Kailasa, that is led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give a superconscious breakthrough to humanity. The Nithyananda Hindu University, which is the world's largest Hindu university with extended campuses in over 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, preserving, time capsuling, decoding, spreading, and reviving 20 million source books of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Shamalapeta Saravignapeetam, which is the ancient apex body of Hinduism. He is also the present emperor of the Suryavamsa Sampradayam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has a question on multiple assassination attempts on some of the news and updates from Kailasa. Today is the 26th day of the Pachai Patni Vradam, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, along with the devotees and disciples around the world, in accordance to the tradition of the Samayapura Mariyamman, encouraging the whole world to live long and healthy lives with the prasada of Devi Parashakti. Yesterday, Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University entered into the Day 2, the Paramashivoham Level 2, Season 25, crossing over 330 days of unbroken online service to people from over 100 countries. So what are the different things that we'll be learning today? We'll be understanding what are the various different critical issues that the global society is facing, the source scriptures of Hinduism and how these problems can be resolved, and how Paramashiva has already given in all the source scriptures of how each and every problem can be resolved. The many invasions and attacks on Hinduism attempting to destroy this very science, and how and why Kailasa is needed to keep all these source scriptures alive. Let's understand the world today. Some of the critical global issues of the society. More people in the Bangladesh have died from suicide in the last year than those who were killed by the coronavirus, according to a new study on Saturday by the Alcohol Foundation. Bangladesh reported 70% more deaths from suicide than from COVID-19. The rate of death by suicide in people from age 10 to 24 has increased 57.4% in the US over the last 10 years from the period of 2007 to 2018, according to the data released by the Center for Diseases Control and Prevention, CDC, on Friday. India accounts for 17.8% of all reported suicide cases, and according to the National Crime Bureau, India reported 381 suicides daily for the year of 2019. The New York Times reported that the number of American children and adolescents treated for bipolar disorders had increased 40-fold between 1994 and 2003. And here we're sitting at the age which is almost 17 years, and you can see the amount of difference that has come in. Kids of very young age are going through these kind of bipolar disorders. In a recent study published in Depression and Anxiety of over more than 67,000 college students from more than 100 institutions, reported that 1 in 5 students have had the thoughts of suicide. The president of the American Psychological Association, 1998, said, "We discovered two astonishing things about the rate of depression across the century. The first was there is now between 10 and 20 times as much of it as it was there 50 years ago. And the second is what has become a young person's problem." He states that when I first started working in depression 30 years ago, the average age at which the first onset of depression occurred was 29.5. Now the average age is between 14 and 15. There have been severe depression cases, and these have almost doubled in UK within the last 2 months of the pandemic setting in. And as you can see, the most affected people are between the age group from 16 to 39, which is the young adolescents. Mothers report more frequent feeling of frustrations, depressions, and loneliness. Close to 50% of them are reporting that they felt depressed or lonely and isolated few times a week. You can see here how many people felt isolated and felt depressed. The mothers have been the highest in this list. Depression is a common mental disorder. Globally, more than over 264 million people of all ages suffer from depression. And depression is a leading cause of disability worldwide and is a major contributor to the overall global burden of the disease. More women are affected by depression than men. Depression can lead to suicide, and there are effective psychological and pharmacological treatments for moderate and severe depression. But unfortunately, not every one of them are accessible to receiving these solutions, and most of the time these solutions only land up as a temporary solution because the root of those problems are not being addressed. Nearly 38.5% of corporate employees sleep less than 6 hours a day, causing diseases like depression, hypertension, sugar, etc. The most suicides in India are by people aged below 44 years. 42.5% of the corporate employees in India suffer from depression. Overall, 135,445 people committed suicide in 2021 in India. That's an average of 371 suicides daily. Nearly half of those with severe mental disorders and diseases are untreated. The total estimated number of people living with depression increased by 18.4% between 2005 and 2015. The rate of anxiety and depression among the corporate employees has increased by 45 to 50% between 2008 and 2015. 3 of every residents in the urban areas are estimated to suffer from depression. 5,66,75,969 people suffer from depression in India as of 2015, and that is 4.5% of entire India's population. And we only need to know that this is something that has been recorded. There is so much more that is actually there that is unrecorded. The 36% of Indians are likely to suffer from major depression at some point in their life. The government estimates that about 1 in 5 people in the country need counseling either psychologically or psychiatrically. Suicide is the second leading cause of death in the age group between 18 to 29. Suicide is the 10th leading cause of death in the US for all ages, as per the CDC report. Every day, approximately 123 Americans die by suicide. There is one death by suicide in the US every 12 minutes. Depression affects 20 to 25% of Americans aged 18 plus in a given year. Suicide takes the lives of over 48,300 Americans every year. The highest suicide rates in the US are among the whites, the American Indians, and the Alaska Natives. In 2015, there were 11,04,825 attempts to suicide in the United States, and that was approximately one person attempting suicide every 31 seconds. It is generally estimated that there are 25 attempts for one death by suicide. Between 25 and 50% of people who kill themselves have already attempted suicide. And those who have made the suicide attempts are at a higher risk for actually taking their own lives. Each suicide intimately affects at least 6 other people. In 2013, it was estimated that 1 in every 63 Americans has become a suicide loss survivor. Some more statistics on suicide. Suicide is the 10th leading cause of death in the United States. It was responsible for more than 47,500 deaths in 2019, which was about one death every 11 minutes. Number of people who think about the attempt of suicide is even higher. In 2019, 12 million American adults seriously thought about suicide. 3.5 million planned a suicide attempt and 1.4 million attempted the suicide. Close to over 800,000 people die due to suicide every year. For every suicide, there are more people who attempt suicide every year. A prior suicide attempt is the single most important risk factor for suicide in the general population. The suicide is the third leading cause of death in age group between 15 to 19, and 79% of global suicides occur in low and middle income families and countries. An estimated 3.1 million adolescents aged 12 to 17 in the United States have at least had one major depressive episode in 2016. This number represents 12.8% of the US population in that age group. More females than men experienced a major depressive episode in 2016. 19.4% of females versus 6.4% of males in comparison. That year, an estimated 2.2 million American adolescents aged between 12 to 17 had at least one major depressive episode with a severe impairment. Let us understand how the Hindu civilization contributes and how the Hindu civilization is a solution for these problems. Let's understand one of the major reasons why this problem is actually there before we understand these solutions. Whatever we think as a solution, as the way to get out of these kind of problems, the way to handle the suicide attempts, the depression, all of these have already become a commerciality rather than actually intended to solve the problem itself. That is one of the biggest causes and reasons why problems continue to exist, and even though we have the solutions, we are not interested in giving the solutions. Whereas in the Hindu civilization, it is always solution oriented and never commercialized. John Dalton, between 1766 and 1844, he was an English chemist and a physicist, and he is the man credited today with the development of atomic theory. However, a theory of atoms was actually formulated 2,500 years before Dalton by an Indian sage and philosopher known as Acharya Kanad. Acharya Kanad was born in the 600 BC in the Prabha Kshetra near Dwaraka in Gujarat, India. His real name was Kashyap. It was Kannada who originated the idea of Anu and and that it was an indestructible particle of matter. Objects fall on the earth due to a force of attraction by the earth. Therefore, Earth, planets, constellations, moon, and sun are held in orbit due to this attraction. The meaning of these lines is parallel to that of Newton's laws of gravity. But these lines are not said by the European scientists, they are said by the Indian rishis in the Surya Siddhanta dated 400 to 500 AD. The ancient Hindu astronomer Bhaskaracharya states these lines. Approximately 1200 years later, Sir Isaac Newton rediscovered this phenomenon, called it the law of gravity. Acharya Charak has been crowned as the father of medicine. His renowned work, the Charaka Samhita, is considered as an encyclopedia of Ayurveda. His principles, diagnosis, cures, treating their potency and truth even after a couple of millennium. When the science of anatomy was confused with different theories in Europe, Acharya Charak revealed through his innate genius and inquiries the facts on human anatomy, embryology, pharmacology, blood circulation, and diseases like diabetes, tuberculosis, heart diseases, etc. In the Charaka Samhita, he has described the medicinal qualities and functions of over 100,000 herbal plants, and he has emphasized the influence of diet and activity on mind and body. He has proved the correlation of spirituality and physical health contributed to great amount to diagnostic and curative sciences. He has also prescribed an ethical charter for medical practitioners 2 centuries prior to the oath. Through this genius and intuition, Acharya Charaka forever remains etched in the annals of history of one of the greatest and noblest rishis, who is a scientist. The science of yoga is one of the several unique contributions of India to the world. It seeks to rediscover and discover and realize the ultimate reality through the yogic practices, prescribes the control of prana, which is the life breath, as a means to control the body, mind, and soul. This subsequently rewards one with good health and inner happiness. His 84 yogic postures effectively enhance the efficacy of the respiratory, circulatory, nervous, digestive, and endocrine systems, and many other organs of the body. Aryabhatta. He was a master astronomer and a mathematician, born in 476 CE in Kusumpur in Bihar. In 499 CE, he wrote a text on astronomy, and it's an unparalleled treatise on mathematics called the Aryabhatiam. He formulated the process of calculating the motion of planets and the time of eclipses. Aryabhatta was one of the first to proclaim that the earth is round, it rotates on its axis, orbits around the sun, and is suspended in space, 1000 years before Copernicus published his heliocentric theory. The Yajurvedic verse Brahmanda Vyapta Deha Bhashita Himaruja, describing Shiva as the one who is spread out in the Brahmanda. Anda means an egg depicting the shape of the galaxy. It was the Middle East Europeans and Greeks who wrongly believed the earth was flat, but the Hindus since long have always known that it was spherical. In many scriptures, the word Bhugola is used. Bhu means planet, and Gola is round and spherical. The world accounts discoveries of atomic and subatomic particles to the Western scientists who coined these terms and these words for theories only in the late or only in the early 17th century. An excerpt from Lalita Sahasranamam told by Hayagriva to Agastya Muni, dating back to the distant ages of past, describes that the goddess as a superconsciousness, Brahman, that pervades even the subatomic particles within the matter. The verse Paranjoti, Parandama, Paramanu, Paratpara. The word Anuvu means atom. Paramanumu means subatomic particle that is finer than the finest of the atoms, which means electrons and others. The Shabda Veda. Now that we have seen all of these great contributions of our rishis who have happened in our tradition, all of this, unfortunately, has never been presented to any of us, including the Hindus. None of us knew about these sciences. None of us know about Aryabhatta, about Charaka Maharishi, and about various other people that we saw today in the segment. None of us know that even such people existed. All that we know about our Hindu history is that Ramayana, Mahabharata are mythological stories that have never happened, and that we were always attacked and we were always captivated. We were always held as slaves under the Mughal rule, and we were ruled by British for a long time. And once we left that rule, we are a struggling country trying to improvise ourselves. That is one of the biggest flaws that has gone up. For the first time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is reviving this science, bringing us all back to our true nature, making us all understand the true glory of our Hindu civilization. As part of that, the Supreme Pontiff introduces to all of us the great Vedas in the form of Shabda Veda. The book is the cosmic source of cosmic knowledge. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares that it is a compilation of all branches of Vedas that is available as of now in the planet Earth, for the planet Earth. Fortunately, whatever available branches of the Vedas is there is compiled and published in one book. With the grace of Paramashiva and all the great rishis through whom the Vedas were revealed and Vedamata herself. This is the basis of everything that is done in Kailasa. How Kailasa is lived is based on this book. This book is everything for us. It contains the Upanishads, the Aranyakas, all the rituals that we do, the Charya Pada lifestyle, the Kriya Pada, all the Kriyas that we do, Yoga Pada, the yoga that we do, Jnana Pada, all the powerful cognitions and power manifestation signs, and a lot more. So, how were the source scriptures attacked by these Hindu-phobic entities? Almost 100% of the Hindu universities are destroyed. 8 major libraries, including Nalanda, Takshashila, Vikramashila, with millions of books have been destroyed. There are more than 2 million temples in India, but not with library. Thousands of mutts libraries have been destroyed or poorly maintained. Major collection of the manuscripts in hand of Oriental Institute or institutes funded by foreign country. Millions of scriptures have been stolen by invaders. The very definition of Hindu comes from Vedas and Agamas, but the Hindu-phobic gangs and entities have brainwashed Hindus into believing the name was given by invaders and Westerners society. For the scriptural reference is as follows. The Meru Tantra, which is a Shivagama, says, Hinam chadushyate eva Hindu ruchyate priye. O my dear, one who renounced ignorance and inferiority is called Hindu. The next is from the Shabda Kalpadruma. Hinam dushyati iti Hindu. The translation is, the one who renounced ignorance and inferiority is called a Hindu. The next is from the Brihaspati Agama. Himalayam samarabhya yavat Indu sarovaram tam deva nirmitam desham Hindustanam prachakshate. Starting from the Himalayan mountains and extending till the Indian Ocean, the God-created country is called Hindustana. So these are some of the great revelations that are there about the roots of ourselves. Let us see how these have been attacked and destroyed. There have been 7 genocides of the Kashmiri Pandits. 3 to 6 lakh were brutally kicked out. Genocide of Shivacharya in Tamil Nadu under the atheistic governments. Destruction of Hindu universities and libraries. World's largest Tamil Hindu library, the Jaffna Public Library, was burned down. 7. So here we're looking at the various different pictures of the ruins of these great universities. 13,000 universities across Bharat and 100,000 gurukuls were destroyed just in Bengal and Bihar alone. What we're looking at are just the ruins and the remains of these great universities. 9 million books were burned down by the Islamic invader Bakhtiyar Khilji. This is from the Nalanda University, Takshashila University, Vikramashila University, Talhar University. You can see how these manuscripts, whatever remaining, have been taken over by foreign-funded people. Rest of them are all being burned down, destroyed, eaten by termites, not preserved, not contained. Bhagavan Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita says, Evam parat parat mamimam rajashchayo viduho sakale neha mahata yogo nashta parantapa. The supreme science was thus revealed through the chain of master-disciple succession, and the saintly kings understood it in that way. In the course of time, this succession was broken, and therefore the science as it was appears to have been lost. Over the period of time, with increasing consumerism, these life-positive and powerful truths of life diminished in all cultures. How is Kailasa reviving and keeping this knowledge transmission system alive? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, from Hinduism, which has offered enormous to the world in the fields of spirituality, economics, governance, technology, medicine, yoga, mathematics, physics, astronomy, architecture, art, linguistics, literature, and so much more. For each and every problem that the humanity is facing, Hinduism has a solution for it. Be it depression, be it anxiety, panic disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, PTSD, Paramashiva has revealed extensively in the Vedas and Agamas how to overcome and bring completion to all these areas of life. And for the last 26 years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been reviving this Hindu science and technology, translating it into a user-friendly language that the modern man can understand. Revered as a teacher of Hinduism, most prolific, most watched, read and watched. Authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil and Sanskrit, translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies of books and articles sold, read and downloaded. 10,000 hours of discourses, over 1 billion views on social media. Respected as a commentator of all sacred scriptures such as the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, the Shiva Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras, etc. The Nithyananda Hindu University is the world's largest Hindu university as per the number of faculties, number of students, number of courses, and the number inspired by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with 20 million plus enrollments, 7,000 plus courses with extended campuses in 150 countries. The Nithyananda Hindu Library is collecting, organizing, preserving, time capsuling, decoding, spreading, and reviving 20 million source books of Hinduism. The Kailasa is a macrocosmic, ancient, Hindu, enlightened civilizational nation which does not put importance on the territory alone, whose vision is living enlightenment for all of humanity. Kailasa's mission is to share with today's world the practical applications of the greater sciences of Hinduism, including the revival of Hindu cosmic physics, Hindu alchemy, Hindu cosmology, Hindu biology, Hindu mathematics, power manifestation as revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is created for and offers a safe haven to all the world's practicing, aspiring or persecuted Hindus, irrespective of the race, gender, sect, caste or creed, where they can peacefully live and express their spirituality, arts, and culture free from denigration, interference, and violence. To keep this science alive and to continue this great contribution to the humanity, Kailasa needs to be created and supported for the benefit of humanity. To learn more about how you can support the world's only Hindu nation, you can go over to kailasa.org, or you can contact us at contact@kailasa.org. Joining us in today's panel, we have Dr. Murli, T.N. Murli, and Reinosan Edmund, who are joining us on this panel discussion. Yes, Reinosan, you could go over and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Maharaj. Nithyananda, everyone. My name is Reinosan, and I'm from Canada. And I'm an initiated disciple of Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam. And I've been with Swamiji for the past over 7 years now. And so I'm very excited to be a part of today's panel discussion. Thank you for inviting me, Nithyananda.
Thank you. We also have Murli Ayya. Murli Ayya, I request you to introduce yourself.
Thank you, Maharaj. This is N. Murali from Chennai. I've been with Swamiji from 2013, and it's a very exciting journey with Swamiji life. Because back then I came to attend one inner awakening program. It's actually a life-giving program, I should say. For all the logic that I had, I was able to see how very shallow and small my cognitions were back then. And the way Swamiji had deepened and widened my cognitions about many things in life was really, I don't know what to say, because I can't imagine myself where I would have been, what would have happened to me if I had not come to Swamiji back then. The things have clicked with me so well, and now Swamiji seems to be very much a part of my life. So I can't thank Swamiji enough for this. If I'm talking now in a public forum like this, I think the clarity that he gave me, thanks to that. As of now, thank you for the mic time.
Yes, thank you very much, Ayya. So as we all saw, today we have been looking at the persecution of Hindus and how the current world is actually suffering with the various different problems such as the suicide rates, depression, some of the major issues that the entire world, the youth is suffering with, and how Swamiji is working towards bringing legitimacy to the entire planet Earth, to the entire Hinduism as a contribution to every one of us, to every one of the beings on planet Earth, and that is the only solution, not what we are looking at today. Even though there are so many pharmaceutical industries, even though there are so many psychological consultation and psychiatric consultation industries that has been set up, why and how, those are not the solutions for any of this. And the only solution is from the Vedas and the Agamas as revived by Swamiji. So to take the initial stand on this, and then so Reinosan, would you like to share anything?
Yes. So one cognitive shift that happened just while watching the pre-satsang session. How is Kailasa attending to everything that's happening today? How is Swamiji attending to everything that's happening today? Whether it's handling the social crisis, whether it's handling the medicinal crisis, economical crisis, political crisis, spiritual crisis, the Hindu crisis. In every level, Swamiji is directly attending to everything. The educational crisis, Swamiji is in every level attending to everything simply by celebrating himself. Because this is one cognition that started to happen actually just now. See, the very first declaration of Paramashiva, Ekoham Bahusyamaha, let me become many to celebrate me. Kailasa is literally Swamiji celebrating himself as many to celebrate himself. Every single one of us are celebrating Swamiji. Swamiji is celebrating through us. It's a two-way relationship. And so why is this relevant when it comes to the social crisis, economical crisis, political crisis, education crisis, the crisis happening in Hinduism itself? How does this address this? Is Kailasa, whether you're physical Adinavasi or physical Kailashan or an e-Kailashan, just being part of the ecosystem, you become a Hindu. You become a real Hindu. You become the one who renounces delusion. You become the one who renounces inferiority, delusion. Whether it's just attending the morning satsangs, or doing power manifestation, practicing power manifestation, or just watching Swamiji on YouTube, or even if some situation happens and you fall into some low mood or something, having always that option of going to Swamiji, telling Swamiji something happened, please give me solution, and then immediately YouTube solution is there. Same way, this is one level where it comes to the engaging, where just being part of the ecosystem, just being able to receive the ecosystem, you're directly engaging in being Hindu. The life solution is there. And then same way, different levels of activism, more and more we become, again, just the deeper and deeper renouncing of the delusion, the deeper and deeper renouncing of ignorance, the deeper and deeper renouncing of the inferiority. In every level, you become active, you become mentally active, spiritually active, physically active. In every level, you start to have the right cognition about life. You start to have the right cognition about Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat, about the inner image, outer image, other's image, and life image. Just this idea itself being exposed to you, what kind of a liberation that is actually. And so what I'm trying to say with all this is how Swamiji is directly attending every single layer of crisis happening today is simply by making Kailasa happen. Simply by celebrating himself, we become a part of that celebration. And it is no ordinary celebration. It is Kailasa. It is Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests. It creates all that we know. And this is now happening physically also through Kailasa. This is happening in a space where no more I can say very clearly that this crisis happening in society, this crisis happening in different levels, become redundant to Kailashans, to e-Kailashans. Why? Simply because we can taste the ecosystem, simply because we have access to the ecosystem, simply because the ecosystem is there. So in every level, whether it's the Gurukul system, the power manifestation, satsang, in every level, you know why you're doing what you are doing. And so this is what I wanted to share about how Swamiji, how Kailasa is directly attending to what is happening today, whether in the educational, societal, health, in every level. So yes, this is what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Renusan. Muraliaya, would you like to go over and give your initial take on how the gaslighting has been happening on Hinduism and how the current modern day society is facing all these various problems, and how it is Hinduism that has a solution for all of this, starting from any basic thing that a small newborn child has till the time you go to death. Any and every problem that the humanity faces can be tackled and can be solved only by the Hinduism and by the Hindu scriptures, and how these scriptures are being destroyed and we lose the legitimacy of it. Please take your initial stance on that.
Thank you. Even for the non-practicing Hindus, they have a very proud way of saying Hinduism is a way of life. Now, what exactly do we mean by this term way of life? That one must be clear. It's not any proud styled statement or a punchline or something. When we say way of life, it means Hinduism has something to tell the world about the right way to manifest that part of life. Like, what is Hindu way of medicine? There is something called Hindu way of medicine. There is something called Hindu way of education. There is something called Hindu way of social behavior. like that. So for every dimension, we have the proper way to do it. And what is the proper way? It is not the aim is not to please any objective God. The objective is to actually to attain enlightenment. That is what is the highest potential one can ever manifest, and that is God itself, the God state itself. So when we say we all Paramashiva wanted to become many, if we want to translate that into a common man's language, we means that Paramashiva means that he wants to make everybody, every being like himself. He wants himself to manifest in as all the beings that are present here on earth. So it is with that intent these instructions are given. These ideas are given, shared about what to do and what not to do. So why the source scriptures, how they are destroyed? Actually, it is very easy to do this as far as Hinduism is concerned, because in what was actually a matter of pride. In Hinduism, we believe that knowledge is free. Nobody is given any patent, copyright for any particular knowledge bit that is shared. Now, these anti-Hindu elements very conveniently usurp from Hinduism and present it in a way that is very convenient, present it in a way to people to mean that they have scientifically discovered it. So, for example, in the modern times, you find a lot of stress management techniques. Our company culture is that we provide excellent work-life balance. And what they are doing there, they are teaching what we call as pranayama here. They say the stress management technique, breathing techniques, this technique, all that. Whatever is mentioned there is nothing but what we call as pranayama in Hinduism. So whatever we had as a way of life, whatever we had as our lifestyle, they are just giving for a few minutes, few hours during the work time, and claiming that they are all science. So this is the way many of the Hinduism offered gifts are being usurped from the non-Hindu elements or anti-Hindu elements and claiming as science. All the natural elements, natural ingredients which we for stopping hair fall or some diet pattern, whatever we have from our herbs, they package it as capsules, they package it as some tablets or some syrup or something, and say that they have scientifically give some fancy names or name it in Greek and Latin, as they always do for giving any new medicines. And they say that there's a new medicine, modern and all that, and they give it, and they claim huge patent money for that. So if we want to stop all this, we have to start quoting our scriptures just like they do. There's non-Hindu elements quote their scriptures. We have to show how all these things are already available in Hinduism. This is just one small example about what I'm giving. I'm not saying this is all. Many things are like this. There are many dimensions which are actually being usurped from Hinduism like this and being projected and being presented back to us. They steal our own wealth, they steal our own knowledge and sell it back to us for a huge price. And if only we know that, if we only realize that these are all these things are there in the Vedas, in the Upanishads already, and we don't need to actually go to the West for solutions, then this non-Hindu elements will come to, will stop their way of doing it. So we have to realize that this is already there in the Vedas. So what is the best thing that can happen? How is the what is the best way in which this can happen is the Kailasa ambience. Because in Kailasa, everything is happening according to the Hindu Shastras, scriptures. So thanks to Swamiji for actually reviving this ambience. So let us all come together to support it and flourish it. And realize, see, Swamiji says even the last 30 to 40 years of people have actually not seen Hinduism in its fullest dimension. So I'm really excited. Even when we listen to what Swamiji is saying as Kailasa ambience, it's so exciting. And when he says that the last 40 years of people do not know what real original Hinduism is. It is really exciting. I'm really excited to see what greater gifts Hinduism has got to offer to the world, and how in how many more micro dimensions Hinduism can manifest, and what exactly can manifest. It's really curiosity kindling, to say the least. So thanks to Swamiji for that, and thank you, Maharaj.
Yes, thank you very much, Aya, for actually sharing one of the important reasons why and how these anti-Hindu elements actually take control of the entire contribution that the Hinduism has always been providing to the entire world. And there is something that I would also like to share in this thing, like as we would have discussed earlier also, like how, because we do not know the roots of who we are, because we don't know who we actually are, we are bound and forced to believe everything that people tell us. That's all, as simple as that. So whether it is our parents, our great grandparents, right from their generation, even when the Ramayana or Mahabharata is taught, it is taught as a mythological story that had happened in Hinduism or from Hinduism, but never as actually something that has very high morals and that is actually a true happening based on the scriptures. That was never taught to us. So over generations and generations, over the last since the time of the British colonization, especially at least till the time of Mughal colonization, the cognitions with which we lived were still kept alive, because even though they did the physical destruction time and again, which actually hit us and collapsed a certain part of the morale, but even greater destruction had happened when the India was colonized, because at that time, after the India had been colonized, the Britishers very clearly understood that even though the Britishers used brute strength, brute force, and destroyed the various different temples and libraries and all of that, still we revived and came back as the flourishing civilization. So they very clearly understood that the root of all of this is actually the Hindu libraries, the Hindu universities, and the Hindu Gurukulam system of education that actually is the one which is putting in these powerful cognitions, the way of life, the way of living into the next generation. So even though the older people, they had sacrificed their life, the younger generation were always there ready and equipped to stand again, to live their life with sacrifice, to take over the responsibility of reviving Hinduism. That was the way the lifestyle was. So very tactically, the Britishers and when the colonization happened, they very clearly demolished that entire fundamental understandings that we have. As we're looking at in the previous segment where we saw about the suicide rates and the depression rates, it is actually right now at the young adults who were technically the people who were the contributors, the revivers. Just looking back at who all have existed in our Vedic civilization, all of them started as young adults. But now that very society, that very component of the society is what is getting affected. And the very roots, the very reason of this is again the roots. Even though India has been gained, or it has gained freedom, but still this ideology of being as slaves to the mental ideas that they have put into us has not left us.
Actually, I was told that the game of Ludo, which Shakuni played in Mahabharata for way of gambling, is made to teach us how to strategize. Also, I was told that in the game of Snake and Ladder was played to make us realize the different ups and downs in life. How one can be very lucky suddenly and go to reach a better position, or how somebody can fall into bad times and go down and have to start all over again. It is to make us teach. It is to make us realize the ups and downs on life. This game was introduced. So what I'm trying to say is, even the games that we played in our culture, in our civilization, was meant to make us realize certain things about life, to make us give us certain understandings of life. Now, why I'm saying this, what I'm trying to bring out here is, as Maharaj was saying, it was just told to us as mythological stories, and the real morals and values behind this were never told to us. Now, the real morals and values were not told to us because of the knowledge gap, generation gap, and that is where this Kailasa ambience, Swamiji's way of handling things actually comes to our rescue. Because once upon a time, the way we lived our life, these values and ideas were actually understandable directly already, even when the stories are given are told to us. Even see, Rama himself never taught. Rama is an avatar, but Rama never taught us anything. He never verbally taught us anything. From his very way of life, we are expected to learn something, and that was the time. His times were like that. People were already moral enough, spiritual enough, in a particular way of intensity and frequency, that merely living in front of them was enough to make them realize how one needs to live, or what values one needs to imbibe in one's life. But Krishna had to verbally explain. Here again, Swamiji has to verbally explain how to live. So that's the kind of times we are in, and that is why Sanatana Dharma is wonderful, because even that the avatarhood, that even the super consciousness coming and teaching us and guiding us, is also able to adopt, change according to the times, the need of the times, and we are able to learn the ultimate way of life. It is not as though the final instructions have been given through a book and we are all expected to follow, without which we will be punished. If we don't, we will be punished. When the ultimate teaching is given according to the need of the times. So such flexible system is what Sanatana Dharma is. So the moral, when we listen to the story of Rama and we don't recognize anything more than just a story, it is because of the knowledge gap. And that is why Swamiji always uses the word context. What is the kind of life they lived at that time? Why they did what they did? See, even today, there are people who argue Krishna married thousands of wives. Why can't I marry 2, 3? No. For one thing, he never married to so many. He only gave the identity gave his identity as their husband. He never actually married to save their honor. And he was willing to sacrifice his own name as an avatar to save womanhood. So we understand all these things only because Swamiji teaches this. So only when we understand Hinduism, the value, the characters who lived in those times, in that context, in the full setup, full societal setup, the entire, only then we'll understand why we are learning what we are learning. The mere story alone, the mere sequence of events alone will not make any sense to the modern generation. So again, it comes back to why Kailasa is needed. Because Kailasa is that ambience to help us understand that value system which once upon a time stood, and what has been keeping the Dharma alive. And that ambience, only if you see it, only if you see the ambience, the Dharma, the whole setup in that full glory, you will even realize, the onlooker will even understand, and outsider will even understand how or why this is necessary, how it is sensible. If you compare at the physical level, at the intellectual, see, we compare the intellectual level, physical level, but we don't even realize that we are doing that. So let us understand the Kailasa ambience in its fullest entirety, in its largest glory. Then we will know why it is needed, how it makes sense, and why it is a real dire need of the hour, and how the values are being usurped and stolen away, and practicing Hindus are made to feel ashamed of what they were, and why they need to be.
Minutes ago, as I'm listening to these testimonials, I'm looking at the hall and wondering why everything is looking so bright. I'm seeing so many more dimensions. So I put 10 years ago, I had an unavoidable surgery which caused me to go blind in my right eye. For all these years, I have had no more than 5% vision in that eye. Just about 30 minutes ago, as I'm listening to these testimonials, I am looking at the hall and wondering why everything is looking so bright. I'm seeing so many more dimensions. So I put my hand over the left eye and saw for the very first time in 10 years colors and vision through my right eye. 10 years ago, I had an unavoidable surgery which caused me to go blind in my right eye. For all these years, I have had no more than 5% vision in that eye. Just about 30 minutes ago, as I'm listening to these testimonials, I am looking at the hall and wondering why everything is looking so bright. I'm seeing so many more dimensions. So I put my hand over the left eye and saw for the very first time in 10 years colors and vision through my right.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. ஒரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணைய நித்யம் கருணையரி
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. Welcome you all with my love and blessings. I welcome all the Hindus, all the Sarvanyapita Kartas, Yajamans, manifestors, Sarvarityahis, Shrimahans, Mahans, Kotari Tanedar, visitors, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, e-diplomats, consulate generals, supporters, Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Lokeshwaras, Astreshwaras, all sitting with us. I welcome you all with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Super determinism is not some idea or concept or philosophy needs any practice or any special effort. There are some things like yoga. In yoga, especially the asana component, you need practice to build certain kind of a strength, certain level of possibilities in your body. For example, from the time I know my body, my Guru, Raghupati Yogi, has put his whole life on me and trained my body. That's the right word I should use. Trained my body. Because he never bothered about how I feel mentally. Whether I am excited to come for the yoga in the morning, or whether I am feeling lazy, tired, or whether I am feeling bored, whether I throw tantrum, nothing matters. He will just hold my ears and just pull me out of my bed. That's all. Of course, 90% of the time, I myself will be excited, and the remaining few days, maybe 5% of the time, seeing his dedication, I will obey. 5% of the time, even if I throw tantrum, he will not bother, he will just drag me. His dedication, understand? His tyaga is, even when I showed anger and resistance towards him, he did not hate me, he did not give up on me. He was so extremely, absolutely. Sorry, I am using many English words. I don't know whether they all can be connected. Just out of my excitement, I wanted to tell the truth to all of you, so I am using all these words. He is absolutely committed. Such great tyagi. Even when I vomited my anger, my frustration on him for training me so intensely, for pushing me so hard, he never gave up on me, and he never cherished any frustration or why should I do it when he is vomiting his anger on me. Never ever he stepped back. His extreme commitment, I should say, is tyaga. See, 90% of the time when I am excited, he teaching makes him great teacher. But this 5% of time when I throw tantrum, he holding me without giving up on me. That tyaga, now 43 years, I can sit in Padmasana for hours. How he is sitting. You can see how he is sitting in that photograph. He just reproduced himself on me. He just reproduced himself on me. I can sit like this for any number of hours. Any living human being now on the planet Earth, I can challenge. Not out of my pride or arrogance, just to show my Guru's tyaga for me. No one can beat number of hours sitting in Padmasana without moving the body, not just sitting in this posture, revealing all the great cosmic truths. This only one small aspect of what he has done to my body. He has made this whole system so powerful, it can hold all the powers of Paramashiva landing, manifesting, and the Kailasa energy, everything. And
Just like how Paramashiva held the Ganga and released how much is good for the planet Earth. Like transformer, he behaved, Paramashiva's Jata behaves like a transformer for the Ganga. Same way, Raghupati Yogi made this body as transformer for Paramashiva himself to land and release as much as planet Earth can handle. This plane can handle. The work he has done on this body, his tyaga, unimaginable. Unimaginable tyaga. Every time I remember him, the way he sacrificed for me, that actually is tyaga for me, inspires me to do tyaga for Skandamata. Everything I'm doing for Papa Skandamata, my tyaga is inspired by Raghupati Yogi's tyaga for me. Actually, the words say Yogi Yogananda Puri, Swamiji's yoga teacher since age 3. But it should read Swamiji's yoga guru even before Swamiji assumed the body. Because he started training even my mother. He trained my whole family for me to manifest, and he kept that whole ecosystem for me to learn and evolve, just to keep me excited. He will gather all my family, everyone for yoga, to make me feel that I have people supporting, just for me to flower. What all he has gone through, what all he has done, he left his mana, avamana. Because, understand, he was in a very good career. He was the head of the bank in those days. And after his job was done, means after he was feeling that he has done everything and he dropped everything, even then the pride in the society about him and everything, he never bothered about his status, pride, or anything. He will go door to door and beg and build the ashram for me. The first ashram they all built for me, his contribution. I know how he collected penny by penny and built ashram. In multiple levels, how he contributed. Even to crack the stones, he will use the yogic power and crack the stones to make foundation and to build the building. They built it in stone, actually. They said it should be there forever. So they built it in stone. So even to make foundation in every level, their tyaga, dedication. But even with that tyaga, yoga basically needs a practice. The practice made success. Practice brought success. But the truth now I am revealing, the super determinism
The super determinism is not a theory, philosophy, principle, idea, needs any practice. You don't need practice. Just internalizing, understanding is enough. See, listen carefully. Initiation, Shaktipada is more than enough for this great science to become your realization. Yesterday I was explaining initiation, let me repeat. I want to tell you all why I want to repeat. Yesterday, I was going through all the messages in various platforms, Facebook, YouTube, every social media, the messages all of you sent after the satsang, your questions, prayers, doubts. 90% of the questions, prayers were from such high matured level of understanding. I sincerely want to thank you all, and I am really, really happy that all of you are listening sincerely. Understand? See, the way you put your question, or your prayers, or your requests, or your comments, from that I can see very clearly how much you understood. Especially recently, the everyday views have gone up more than 100,000 in all the platforms put together. It's gone up. I should say that 100,000 more than earlier how it used to be. I'm giving you an example, not just exact number. Example, if earlier it was weekly million, it has gone up now. Every day 100,000 more, like a 1.7 million it has become. The ratio. Because the views have gone up, I thought maybe a lot of casual viewers or accidental viewers. But when I read all the messages, prayers, questions, 90% of them are absolutely sincere and above all understanding what I am saying. Even the remaining 10%, I am not seeing bad people. I am only seeing sincere people struggling to understand. So for that 10% of the people, I am repeating. Listen. When I cognize cosmic powerful cognitions, verbalize, vocalize, visualize, memorize, means making it as part of my biomemory, and mathematically analyze, rationally clearly understand. When I do all this inside me, all this put together is called realization. Understand? All this put together is called realization. If I do the same inside you through Shaktipada, wherever you are, the time and space does not matter. Time and space doesn't bind Shaktipada. Just like internet, wherever you are, if you have the proper gadgets, you can see. Same way, the Shakti Pada, wherever you are, if you just declare your integrity and decision to receive, that's all. That's all you need. Internet connection, I should say. The Shakti Pada is like internet connection. Even if you lose internet, don't lose internet. The moment you declare the integrity and ready to receive through the Shakti Pada, if I do the same thing in you, if I reproduce the same in you, that is called initiation. Let me repeat. Receiving the cosmic cognitions and verbalization internally. Vocalization. External verbalization is vocalization. And visualization. Memorization. Mathematical calculation. Logical rationalization. All this happening in me is realization, and all this being done inside you through the Shakti Pada is initiation. So understand, sorry for the technical glitch. Listen. This truth about super determinism can be transmitted to you just through initiation. You do not need to practice. Vidya, Madiya என குழம்பி தன் மனச் சதியுள் சிக்கித் தவிப்போர்க்கு விதியும் பரமல்ல, மதியும் பரமல்ல, விதியும் சதியே, மதியும் சதியே, பதியே சத்தியம். விதியென நினைத்தலும் சதி, மதியென நினைத்தலும் சதி, பதியே சத்தி. வாழ்வு விதியென நினைப்பான் மதிகெட்டான், வாழ்வு மதியென நினைப்பான் விதிகெட்டான், வாழ்வு பதியெனப் புரிந்தான், தன் வாழ்வில் எல்லா கேடெல்லாம் கெட்டான், அவனுக்கு இனி ஒரு கேடு இல்லை எனும் நிலை காணுவான். அவன் வாழ்வில் கேடில் பெருஞ்செல்வம் தானாய் வந்து சேரும். Listen, I gave the gist in Tamil. Whatever I was defining about predeterminism, super determinism, not predeterminism, super determinism. I revealed that in Tamil. Now listen. There is enough of arguments from both sides to establish life is predetermined and to establish life is free will. Both sides, there is enough arguments, and there are also some people who try to pacify both sides, saying, no, there is some part free will and some part predetermined. Those people are only the karma theory promoters who say, due to the past decisions you took, you brought some types of bondages and regulations upon you, and you lost certain freedom due to the free will choices you took earlier. That's a karma theory. That also fits for any logical way of answering the questions. Please understand. Just because you are able to logically answer the questions of the others, it cannot become the truth, because many times you will be able to answer others' questions, but you will not be convinced about it. You will be convinced only if it becomes your experience. I tell you, that's one of the most beautiful ingredient naturally implanted in you as your innate quality by Paramashiva. That is called buddhi. I want to tell you one incident. Once I ran to Arunagiri Yogeshwara to ask why the temple Garbhamandir door, the gate, the entrance is very small. He laughed and said, hey, the main third prakaram. He beautifully narrated the Arunachaleshwara temple. If you already visited the temple, you will understand what I am describing. Otherwise, you better see some YouTube videos of temple and then see this Satsangh again and understand. If you enter the temple through the main Rajagopuram, the first will be Selva Ganapati. The Ganapati in the Rajagopuram. In the Rajagopuram itself, there will be Ganapati. We bow down to him. There is a verse to bow down to that Ganapati. Arunai Gopuratthul mevum Selvak Ganapatiyai kaidoludha kaal. That will be the way the verse ends. And we chant that and bow down. I was brought up in a very traditional Shaivite family. So my temple, the way I worship in the temple will be very orthodox, traditional method. And then immediately the next to the Ganapati will come the Kambattalayanar Sannidhi, the Subramanya, Muruga's Sannidhi. Then after that, Periyanandi, the main Periyanandi. Then after the Periyanandi, I will always worship the Badala Lingam, because the Badala Lingam is the Samadhi of Adi Guru of the Tondai Saiva Velalar Guru Parampara. The Tondai Mandala Adi Saiva Velalar community, that My grandfather has written more than 100 books, small and big. And unfortunately, now nobody is reprinting. Now I asked my uncle, my Chittappa, to give me the details and copyright. So we will start publishing on behalf of Kailasa. And once we get all that copyright and details, we will start publishing. Even in English, we will translate, because the amazing documentation he has done, the whole Kailasa ecosystem, in Tiruvannamalai, that Arunachaleshwara's ecosystem. The whole ecosystem is so beautifully documented. At least last few hundred years history, he has done vast research and documented the whole thing. I wanted to reprint all of that and revive with the grace of Arunachaleshwara. So that Batala Lingam is the Guru Parampara, the Adi Guru Samadhi, Jiva Samadhi. So after that, we'll enter into Vallala Maharaja Gopuram, where the, of course, Gopurathalainar Sannidhi, and then Vallala Maharaja Gopuram, where the Vallala Maharaja, the king who built, the original name is Velala Maharaja, means that the king from that Velala community, Vallala Maharajan, then it became Vallala. Originally, it used to be the Velala in course of time. So the Velala Maharaja, his deity is there in that Gopuram. He built the whole temple. So we bow down to him. Then after that, Kalabhairava. Then we enter into the next Gopuram, Kiligopuram, where the Mohini's Sannidhi is there, Vishnu. We bow down to him and then enter. Arunagiri Yogeshwara described the whole temple and he said, do you see, after every entrance, the size becoming smaller and smaller? I said, yes. He said, who all can enter up to the third prakaram? I said, anyone, any devotee. Then he said, who can enter into second prakaram? Only who wants to see and have darshan of the main deity, Arunachaleshwara. Then he said, who can enter into the Ardhamandapam? I said, only those Adishaiva Shivacharyas who worship, who do the puja directly, and Adishaiva Velalar Sannidhanams, Gurumaha Sannidhanams from the Adishaiva Velalar community, who administer temple, and Tesigar, who sings Devaram, Oduvar. Understand, I am describing the temple traditional hereditary family names. From the Tesigar community, usually the Oduvars will be there. And then the Pandaragam, Pandarattar, Paricharagargal, means who assist in puja, who carry water for the deity worship, and who light the lamp and give for the Shivacharyas, who clean all that area, who are responsible for all of that work, and the people who make garlands for Paramashiva, people who play the vadyams, which is supposed to be played inside the Garbhamandir. Sorry, not Garbhamandir, Ardhamandapam area. There are multiple vadyams. There are some Nadaswaram and all that will be played in the first prakaram. And the Tirukkailaya vadyam will be played in the next level. Then there are places allotted for each of the musician team. So I told that all these people only can enter. He said, do you understand? Only the people people who are committed to keep the ecosystem alive can enter near Paramashiva. Anybody who wants to relate only with Paramashiva, I am your devotee. I am here to pray to you, to ask for your boons and darshan. So that kind of people can enter certain level. But only people who are committed to keep the ecosystem alive can enter into Ardhamandapa or Garbhagraha. That is why the door frame is smaller. Understand? The people who come and go, their commitment is very small, very less, and their responsibility also is very less. And the understanding they need also is very less. But people who are supposed to keep the ecosystem alive, their commitment, their responsibility, everything is high. Arunagiri Ishwara beautifully explained. Somebody who comes and goes, like a devotee, he does not even need to do any big puja or anything. He can just come and pray and go. But the people who are responsible to keep the ecosystem alive, even one day, their Atma Puja they cannot miss. Anmartha Puja also they cannot miss. Just because they come and do puja in temple, they cannot miss Atma Puja. I have seen my grandmother, my grandfather, at least 100 people in my life. I have seen. Not one day they will miss Atmartha Puja and Parartha Puja, both. They will not miss the Atmartha Puja in their home, and they will not miss even one day going to Arunachaleshwara temple and worshipping. In that 100 people, I can name the list. First will be my Guru Panduranganar, then my grandmother Anusuya Ammal, Rajamudaliyar, Annamalai Chettiar, my another one grandfather, Rajamudaliyar's brother. But the titles vary in Tiruvannamalai, the same community, same family, the titles vary. That's the way it is. And at least 25 Shivacharyas I can name. I know them personally because I had been to their house many times. And any time, sometimes early morning also, they will send me to bring their bag. Many times I have seen, not one of them will miss even one day their Anmartha Puja. Even though they are only doing puja in the main temple Garbha Mandir, even though it is their routine to come and perform the main temple puja in Garbha Mandir, the main Arunachaleshwara's Parartha Puja, they will not miss their house Anmartha Puja. They will finish their Anmartha Puja and then come for temple Parartha Puja. How I will know that they have done their Anmartha Puja, If they have finished their Anmartha Puja and came to temple, whenever they send me to their home to bring their bags or any water can or something they left, forgot in the house, when I go there to bring, always the family people, they will give the prasadam which was kept in the morning for Anmartha Puja. Thambi prasadam saaptu pogane. They will always give that prasadam, sugar candy or the banana, whatever was kept in the Anmartha Puja, they will never miss giving that prasadam. That's the way I know. Understand? Arunagiri Ishra elaborately explained this to me. People who are responsible to keep the ecosystem alive, their level of commitment, intensity, sincerity, and responsibility, all that is much, much, much higher than ordinary devotee who comes and goes. That is why I always tell people, the commitment of the sannyasis in our Sangha is completely different, because you are not committed only to me, you are committed to this whole ecosystem. You are committed to keep this ecosystem alive. The sannyasis and Kailasa, whether you are a Krama Brahmachari, or Naishtika Brahmachari, or Apat Sannyasi, or Purna Sannyasi, or Grihastha, if you have become Kailasavasi, your commitment, your responsibility is totally different, because you are committed to keep the ecosystem alive. Even if you are a Balasant in Gurukul, you have committed to keep the ecosystem alive. You cannot compare yourself with a devotee who comes and goes. See, sometimes a devotee who comes to Arunachaleshwara temple, he gets the boons from Paramashiva much, what do you call as bigger than the boons given to Shivacharyas or the Saiva Velalar administrators of the temple. But you need to know, living around him and keeping the ecosystem alive and being dedicated to him is the greatest boon than any other boon. If you measure from the outside world, outer world, in that scale, sometimes a devotee might have got a bigger boon. Oh, he got a lottery. He came to Arunachaleshwara and prayed and got a lottery. That doesn't mean immediately you will start thinking all the temple, Maniyam and Adinams, Sannidhanams, oh, even a devotee got lottery, crores. Seems like he is in a better position. No, surely not. His commitment, his relationship is different. Your commitment, your relationship, your responsibility is different. For a devotee who comes and goes, only if he abuses Shiva or Shiva Bhaktas, it becomes Shiva Aparadha. But a committed person who is supposed to keep the ecosystem alive, even if he misses one day Shiva Puja, that becomes Shiva Aparadha. Or while doing puja, if he does some mistake and does not do the prayaschitta, that becomes Shiva Aparadha. Understand the level of commitment and the responsibility is different. For the people who committed to keep the ecosystem alive, he explained beautifully to me. That is the reason the door becomes smaller and smaller. Only the selected, committed, those few only can enter into the next doors. Understand? People who committed to keep the ecosystem alive, Kailasavasis, whether you are a Gurukul Balasant or Krama Brahmachari or Naishtika Brahmachari or Grihastha or Sannyasi, Apat Sannyasi, if you belong to the order, Kailasavasi, You are already in Salokya Mukti. So your commitment is different. Your responsibility is different. Even death cannot touch you. You can only have liberation. Sometimes even when you ask for death, it only becomes liberation. So understand, this truth I am revealing now. If you just receive and internalize, it will become just liberation in you. The example now I gave, what Arunagiri Yogi Ishvara taught me, how the doorway becoming smaller and smaller when you go near the Garbha Mandir. Same way, when you start intensely listening, naturally you become more and more involved. You become part of this ecosystem, and initiation simply happens to you. I tell you, if you think, oh, Swamiji is teaching all these truths online, in social media, openly, publicly, everybody is going to get enlightened, you are wrong. I am giving enlightenment to everybody, no doubt. But it is not that all that 6 billion or 7 billion are listening, are getting enlightened. So understand that even if you are sitting now online, listening to this great truth about super determinism, feel proud. You are the chosen one. You are the chosen one. You are qualified for initiation. That is why you are sitting now with me. You can actually feel proud about it. You can do Atma Pradakshina. You can circumambulate yourself. You can do Atma Pradakshina of yourself. You can even self kiss yourself. Wow. You are worthy of all the pride, joy, bliss, everything.
10 years ago, I had an unavoidable surgery which caused me to go blind in my right eye. For all these years, I have had no more than 5% vision in that eye. Just about 30 minutes ago, as I'm listening to these testimonials, I am looking at the hall and wondering why everything is looking so bright. I'm seeing so many more dimensions. So I put my hand over the left eye and saw for the very first time in 10 years colors and vision through my right eye. 10 years ago, I had an unavoidable surgery which caused me to go blind in my right eye. For all these years, I have had no more than 5% vision in that eye. Just about 30 minutes ago, as I'm listening to these testimonials, I am looking at the hall and wondering why everything is looking so bright. I'm seeing so many more dimensions. So I put my hand over the left eye and saw for the very first time in 10 years colors and vision through my right eye. Ten years ago, I had an unavoidable surgery which caused me to go blind in my right eye. For all these years, I have had no more than 5% vision in that eye. Just about 30 minutes ago, as I'm listening to these testimonials, I am looking at the hall and wondering why everything is looking so bright. I'm seeing so many more dimensions. So I put my hand over the left eye and saw for the very first time in 10 years colors and vision through my right eye. 10 years ago, I had an unavoidable surgery which caused me to go blind in my right eye. For all these years, I have had no more than 5% vision in that eye. Just about 30 minutes ago, as I'm listening to these testimonials, I am looking at the hall.
Listen deeply. Sorry for the technical glitch. Now listen. As I said in the beginning of this satsang, the views are increasing. The number of people viewing the satsangs are just spiking up. It's going up like anything. But the world population is 7 billion. Compared to the population, this number is not something great. So all of you understand, whether you accidentally started seeing my satsangs or some friend, family, somebody introduced and you started seeing, if you started feeling connected and if you started enjoying the satsang, because in my satsang there are multiple things, whether the way my hairstyle is or the way I have dressed or the jewelries I am wearing and the way I speak English, the stories I try to narrate, everything has a purpose. With all this, if you are able to feel connected and start internalizing, start listening to what I am saying, celebrate yourself, you are the chosen one. This initiation I am giving you now, this super determinism truth will simply become realization in you. You can celebrate yourself. You are chosen one and you are blessed one. Now, listen to this truth. One by one, I am revealing the idea. Everything is predetermined. You will be shocked and surprised. It's not that only religious people are trying to claim everything is predetermined. The modern day scientists are putting very strong rational I'm surprised. The rational explanations, rational analysis, very rational theories. The modern day scientists presenting, putting it forward to the world, proposing this truth of everything is predetermined. One side, the atheists, rationalists, they proposing the free will theory. The other side, some religious people, some modern day scientists, especially people from the field of quantum mechanics, quantum physics, all of them are proposing this everything is predetermined theory. And some philosophers propose because of your earlier choices, the choices you made earlier, the choices you can make now gets limited. The example which I was giving yesterday, the satsang, if you lifted one leg already, you can't lift the other leg because you need at least one leg to balance, to hold yourself. If you lifted the left leg, you have to keep the right leg on the ground to keep you stable. If you want to lift the right leg, you may have to put the left leg down, then you can lift the right leg. This is what is karma theory. Bondages happen to you due to the freedom you enjoyed and the decisions you made earlier out of your freedom. So this may look very convincing philosophy, but not experiential truth. I'll tell you the experiential truth now. Listen. If I sit up straight, be very clear. Now the new and clear, the spiritual energy bombs will be showered on you. The theory of everything is predetermined is not absolute truth. Everything is free will is also not absolute truth. Even the philosophy, because of the earlier choices you made, you have restrictions, certain bondages now, is also not a complete true experience of life. The truth, absolute truth, reality of life is the pure experience of the ultimate is you consciously deciding you are Paramashiva and you are neither bound by the idea of everything is predetermined, nor by the idea everything is free will, nor by the philosophy you are bound because of your earlier choices. And there are some theories like a choice and choicelessness. Some components of your life you have choice and some components you don't have choice. The choice and choicelessness theory. None of them are the true experience. The true experience is when you decide you are Paramashiva, you get power over the now, present. The power over the present gives you the liberation from all these four different theories, theologies, philosophies, rational arguments, ideas, concepts. You experience tremendous powerfulness subjectively. Because of that powerfulness subjectively, the state of Paramashiva, that's what I call state of Paramashiva. Your subjective experience about the object also powerfulness Parameshwara. Understand? I want to express these three words. Your subjective experience of your subject, your subjective experience of the object, and the object, reality as it is. Understand these three words. Your subjective experience of your subject, yourself, your subjective experience of the object, world, and the world, the object itself. In these three, if you empower the subjective experience of your subject with truth, that truth makes your subjective experience of the object also powerful. When this two component of you becomes powerful, it impacts the object and makes what you want to manifest as life. This is the experiential reality of super determinism. Everything else is a delusion, false. You cheating yourself, you deluding yourself with any kind of argument. No, what Swamiji says is the ultimate truth, but not for me now. Even that. Whether you are ready to understand or not, sun is going to shine and wind is going to blow. Everything is going to happen as it is. If you join the Dharma club, people who understand the Dharma of life, universe, they are called Dharma club. If you join Dharma club, you become elite of the society, elite of the humanity. Whoever understands and behaves as an insider of cosmos, he becomes elite. If you want to enjoy the life of elite in the universe, come and join Kailasa government. Become an insider for Paramashiva's governance. Understand? Becoming part of this great Sanatana Hindu Dharma as an insider, by understanding this cosmic Dharma, you become elite of the humanity. Stop trying to find justifications for your failures. Decide to be successful. If you look inside you, you always find very happy the moment you can get a very logical reason for your failure. You feel, now I am done. Appa. I have logical reason why I failed in my relationships, in my business, in my ventures, in my work, in my goals. Now I am justified. I am all set to start the wage, to start the war, to start my life. That is called cheap, mediocre mentality. Being middle class is not wrong, but being mediocre is something seriously wrong. Mediocre people are very happy by finding justifications. Justifications is all they search. people who decide to win are elite, not justifications to justify their failures externally or internally. Understand? I want to tell you, this truth which I described now, I'll explain in the next level. Listen, super determinism means empowering your subjective experience about you, your subject, with the truth you are Paramashiva. Paramashivatvamasi. You are Paramashiva. Empower your innermost subjective experience about yourself consciously. You are Paramashiva because that is the truth. And from that powerfulness, analyzing your subjective experience about the object world, understanding everything happened in your life is just to trigger this enlightenment in you, trigger this awakening in you. Even the grahas, there's no graha, bad graha. There's no time, bad time. Only to remind you about your great truth, the grahas act. When you don't want to be reminded to live the higher reality, then no other way, the grahas has to make you understand. All grahas focus on awakening you. They are all working sincerely for your inner awakening. Understand? Singapore Sarvanyapita, don't wake that baby up. Let her sleep. She's intensely listening to me. Don't wake her up. No, no, don't wake her up. Tell the Singapore Sarvanyapitham not to wake that baby. Hey, listen. Sometimes your babies are pet. They go into kind of a trance mood when they listen to my satsang and just they settle down. You may be thinking they are sleeping. Even if you think they are sleeping, don't wake them up. It is okay. Just let them. Because they sincerely, intensely listen. If you are pregnant, the baby inside your womb listens to me sincerely. And the babies who sit in the satsang, they go to a kind of the trance, turiya space, and just melt down. You may be thinking they are sleeping. Even if you think they are sleeping, don't disturb them. Allow them to sleep. It's okay. That baby was so intensely listening to me. Actually, the baby was getting initiated intensely. So don't wake the baby up. Let the baby rest. Singapore Sarvanyapita. Allow that baby to rest again. I tell you, even the pets, when they come and sit for satsang and they just fall asleep, don't think they are falling asleep. Even if you think they are falling asleep, don't disturb them. They are in a trance. I can see very clearly in how many places that initiation is happening. When initiation happens, so many people react in a different way. Babies go into the trance of Turiya. And babies like Shiva Yoga, Ma Shiva Yoga, she's all the time that mood. But I am seeing even she is playing with the jata of Bhairava Priya. It means she has melted down. I'm so happy that even initiation is working on her. She is receiving the initiation and she was playing with the jata of Bhairava Priya. It means, see, actually to play with the jata of Bhairava Priya, you need certain friendliness, the warmth, the joy, settled feeling. And I saw she was playing with jata of Bhairava Priya, and means the initiation is happening. Good. Good for me and good for all, good for everyone, good for Skandamata. All right. So, all of you, allow this initiation to happen inside you and to everyone around you. If you have pets and kids, get them to Satsangh. Even if they sleep during the Satsangh, don't worry. Let them be there. Because these great truths, they get inside the system and become bio-memory. It becomes just bio-memory. Listen. Now listen to the next truth. See, whenever the objective reality impacts your subjective experience about the object and damages your subjective experience about the object, that damage, when it gets overloaded, impacts your subjective experience about the subject itself. That is what I call you gaslighting yourself. Nobody gaslights us. Understand? Nobody can gaslight unless we allow the gaslighting. Whether gaslighting or enlightening, it's your responsibility. You allowed gaslighting of the society. So allow my enlightening. Stop allowing the society's gaslighting. Allow my enlightening. So listen carefully. Subjective experience of the object should be impacted, impressed by the truth of the subjective experience you are Paramashiva, not by the objective reality so-called this world and your equations with this world. You always have wrong equation with this world. Always you feel injustice is done to you. Somehow that becomes default cognition. When you allow that pattern to get rooted in you, you damage your inner space, the subjective experience of the objective reality world. When you damage your inner space, that damage impacts your experience about your self. This is what I call powerlessness. Understand? You should know why you are not able to live in the present moment. Only then you can heal yourself and start living in the present moment. Otherwise, just teaching, oh, live in the present moment, live in the present moment. Nobody can live. Nobody can live in the present moment unless they understand why you are not able to live in the present moment. Listen, if you feel so much injustice is done to you and feel anxiety, panic attack, your subjective experience about the object world is impacted by the world, others, outsiders, everyone. And if you feel so much of injustice is done, panic attack, anxiety, all that, be very clear. You cannot live in the present moment and you are going to literally commit spiritual suicide if you make decisions from that space. You are only going to destroy yourself more and more through any decisions you make from that space. First thing, stop making decisions from the pain, frustration, anger, violence, powerlessness of the subjective experience about the objective reality. Listen to that. Listen to this truth. More and more decisions you make out of the painful inner space, deluded inner space, the inner space which is hurt by the outer world, the inner space which you allowed to be hurt by the outer world, with the idea there is injustice done to you, or the subjective reality impacted by the objective reality, the objective world, due to sometimes you blame an individual person, or sometimes you blame a situation, sometimes you blame the ecosystem, sometimes you blame the whole world. Whoever you may find, blame or not blame, sometimes you will even blame yourself. Even that is wrong. Blaming yourself is not something cute. No. Listen, whether you blame others or your subjective experience about yourself or your subjective experience about the object, anything. Powerlessness is wrong in any form and name and brand. Understand that. Understand that. Blaming others or yourself or the ecosystem, everything is wrong. Blaming is wrong. Trying to find justifications for your failure is not success, or that is not the life's goal, that is not life. Life is manifesting the powerfulness. You are Paramashiva. From that powerfulness, healing your subjective experience about the object, this world, completing, empowering yourself powerfully. From that powerfulness, impacting this world with joy, ecstasy, love, compassion, oozing out energy. This is what I call manifesting Paramashiva. Manifesting Paramashiva. Understand? This is what I call manifesting Paramashiva. This is what is super determinism. your present moment has three components. Your experience about yourself, the subject's experience about the subject's experience about the object, and the object itself. These three put together is your present moment. If you can have power over all these three, you will have power over present moment and you will always live in present. All you need is just determination to manifest super determinism, nothing else. Now I am giving you initiation. Indu Priyal, allow the baby to sleep in your lap. Why are you sending her out? Mother should allow the baby to sleep in the lap, especially during satsang. If she just listens to you, she will internalize everything. Hmm? So now listen. I'm repeating. Sometimes people tell me, Swamiji, you repeat many times. That is okay. I am not giving some political campaign speech, or I'm not giving some oratory lecture, or I'm not here to prove some oratory skills of me or nothing. No. I am simply transmitting this truth. I'm initiating you. So I will have to repeatedly repeat till this realization is transmitted inside you. So from various angles, I have to repeat the same truths till it becomes your realization. That is my responsibility. That's my commitment. My commitment is to enlighten you. So now, the power over now, the present moment, not only makes you manifest what you want, you literally manifest a kind of an ecosystem around you. See, never underestimate the power of the ecosystem. I want to tell you some real living examples. If you heard about the great temple of the great Bhagavan Sanishwara in Sani Shignapur in Maharashtra, even now the whole village does not have door or lock for any of the houses, including the police station which is there, which has not received a single theft complaint. Last 300 or 400 years, the whole village, I just bow down to Bhagavan Sanishwara. Power of the ecosystem. understand the village head had the darshan that Bhagavan Sanishwara has come to their village in this Swayambhu form. The deity came in the flood. There was a river flood. In that, the deity came and Sani Mahatma, Sanishwara, Bhagavan Sanishwara appeared, the head of the village head to his dream. He gave a vision, he gave a darshan. Surely it is not just ordinary dream state, it's a higher state. He gave darshan to that village head, told him install him in the center of the village and don't build anything above him, no roof. He wants to be just there and bless the whole village and protect whole village. And you should know, he is so alive and vibrant. That whole ecosystem last 300-400 years, even now, people don't have any door or lock. Shops will be open. They will just close it with one sheet or a plank, the plywood. There is no lock. Shops, everything, including bank. The only lockless bank in the world is Sani Shignapur Bank. If you are in India, you should visit and have darshan of Bhagavan Sanishwara and experience the power of ecosystem. What an ecosystem can do. Not a single crime, not only no theft, no murder, no rape, no crime. The world's crime-free ecosystem for the longest period in any recorded history is Sani Shignapur. I can boldly tell this. The power of ecosystem. You can give any number of 1,000 logic, reason, analysis. Some of the people even trying to break that idea. Nothing can be done. The ecosystem will alive. I pray to Bhagavan Sanishwara, let that ecosystem be kept alive to the whole world, at least to show as a model. All the human beings living there feel so safe, protected, and nobody does any crime. Can you imagine a police station which has not received a single complaint? There are multiple documentaries about that Sani Shignapur village and the deity, Sanishwara. This is one. There's a next one. Yes, you can all have the darshan of Bhagavan Sanishwara. There is another one ecosystem. The village is called Shetpal. That is also in Maharashtra. That ecosystem is different level. No, I'm not going to compare. Surely I'm not going to compare. It's a different level. Even the animals are into that ecosystem. In that village, everywhere you will see cobra, most poisonous snake. Never anyone was bitten by cobra. Neither human beings hurt snakes, nor snakes hurt human beings. They are all there in the house, in the classrooms, while the classes are going on. Every house has a corner called Devasthan, where the snake's deity will be there or snake will be drawn. The cobras, they come and just rest there, happily eat, sleep, and go out when they want. They become part of the people's life. Cobras are respected as gods. The whole ecosystem is such. If you are in India, you should visit Shetpal also. These two ecosystems you should experience. Only then you will understand the power of the ecosystem. Why I am struggling so much to create this enlightenment ecosystem. See, successfully I have created in Bididi, especially the Gurukul. See there. If you see all the Kailash courtyard power manifestation sessions, if you are blessed to attend physically, you have done something great in your life and you are blessed. One good thing is that we have video recorded the whole thing. It's something I think 3 months sessions I conducted. You should see all that video record. It is just the power of the ecosystem. Paramashiva manifested through me. If I just dictate the instruction and initiate one balasant, all balasants will manifest that power. Every morning I'll come down with a Jnananjana, energized, with that specific power manifestation. And today I'll say, okay, today you are all going to be initiated into the power of Sarvanyatva. Keep the Jnananjana Mahadvait. Mahadvait will keep the Jnananjana for all the kids. I'll say, come on, now I'll describe the Sarvanyatva power. And this is the way it should be measured. Start manifesting. That's it. All kids will start manifesting. Next day I'll come and say, come on, today I'm going to manifest, initiate all of you into the power of 3D printing technology, conscious 3D printing technology, manifestation, the materialization. And put the Jnananjana and all the kids will start manifesting the powers. Understand? Now in Kailasa, even for adults, all kinds of human beings, just like how I manifested powers to all the balasants in Kailasa courtyard, same way it is going to manifest in Kailasa for all human beings from all backgrounds and all animals also. The whole ecosystem, the energy for the ecosystem is ready, and the ecosystem is ready. Understand that. This body, last 2.5 years, it went through something extraordinary. The manifestation of Paramashiva is so intense now. I have just I'm so happy. That's all I can say. The way Paramashiva is manifesting now. See, I wanted to confess to all of you, to tell you some of the truths opening my heart. One of the worst thing I have done in my life, the biggest mistake is picking up the habit of eating every day. That is the biggest mess I made. See, from the young age, everyone who brought me up, whether Raghupati Yogi, Kuppammal, Isakki Swamigal, Annamalai Swamigal, Ram Surat Kumar, none of them ate regularly every day. Very poor eaters. Once a month, Isakki Swami will eat. Sometimes twice a month. Kuppammal maybe once in week. Raghupati Yogi will eat once in 3-4 days. Otherwise, just cup of coffee or tea. Ram Surat Kumar also rarely only will eat. There is no habit of regular eating. Annamalai Swamigal also, just milk and little, peanuts. Narayana Swami, absolutely nothing. No food. I was influenced, impressed, brought up by all these people. Everything was very fine I never picked up the habit of eating regularly. It is after I started traveling, especially outside India, for the Sangha work. From I think 2003, I started traveling outside India. Slowly, in that 6-7 years, very loving influence of all these so-called devotees. No, they were all very honest, and I will never doubt their love for me and their care for me. They are not supposed to be blamed. Especially the doctor disciples, all the American doctor disciples, they slowly started telling me, Swamiji, you should start eating well. You should start eating regularly. See, my mother and grandmother, they're also from middle class family only. But never they were able to influence me in this subject because my gurus were strongly protecting me. My gurus were all alive and I was continuously influenced by them. For my mother and grandmother, giving food and giving love, both are deeply connected. This middle class mentality. If they dump you with the food, they feel satisfied. They showered you with love. And I have seen one of my uncle from the nearby village. He will come. We are all from agriculture family. So he used to regularly do agriculture. He will work in the farm. Physically, he will do all the work. So he will eat very well. He is younger brother of my aunt's husband. Mama's younger brother. So he is also Mama. His name is Kalyana Sundaram. From nearby village Kuvanur, he used to come. He's a healthy person, young person. So he himself physically works in the field. So he will eat well. My mother and my grandmother will be so happy whenever he comes. They will cook nicely and have a long, big banana leaf and feed him. It is like a celebration for them. Whenever he comes and they feed him, they will feel so happy because giving food and giving love is so strongly psychologically associated in middle class families. No, I'm very happy he comes and he is given feast and he is also happy. Everyone is happy. But the biggest problem is they will not stop there. They will come and poke me. My mother and grandmother will come and poke me. Patya, mama eppadi சாப்பிடுறாரு? நீ இருக்கியே கோழி குறிக்கிற மாதிரி குறிக்கிறியே. தின்றா, திங்குடா. அப்பதானடா உடம்பு நல்லா இருக்கும். Means they will come and poke me. See how mama is eating well and how we are all happy to give food for him. You should also start eating like that. Otherwise, you are just eating like how the hen picks few small worms. Like that, you are picking up few pieces of rice and eating. They will try to pressurize me to eat. But fortunately, my gurus are not only in larger number, their influence on me was much higher than just my mother and grandmother. And I managed. But when I started traveling US, the influence of my disciples, especially when the care they showed, I slowly started picking up this mediocre lifestyle of eating every day. I tell you. See, the American doctors, the devotees, it's not their mistake. Their standard is a common man who lives roughly 100 years and his life's purpose and his life's activities, all based on that, they have arrived certain conclusions. They were very honest and integrated to their conclusions, but the specimens based on which they came to conclusion is different. I am different. I missed that point and started eating as they advised. That is the worst mistake I have done. I wanted to tell the whole world. I want to put this on record. Picking up the habit of eating every day is the biggest mistake I have done. At one time, I realized it. Hey, I should get back to the lifestyle given by my gurus to me. This rarely eating once in 15 days, that should be the lifestyle. This everyday eating can be okay for the people who are planning to live 100 years. Okay, a common man who is working for only his enlightenment, and his plan itself is to live 100 years. Within that 100 years, have one wife and car and a house and few kids and little enlightenment and pack off and go when time comes and reach Kailasa. For this kind of a lifestyle, eating every day is okay. But not for what I have come to this planet Earth. See, my gurus gave me these two instruction, important instruction. One cloth, one meal. That one meal also. ஒரு சோறும் ஒரு சாரும். One rice, one juice. Like a rasam or sambar. ஒரு சோறு, ஒரு சாறு, ஒரு மோர். Means buttermilk. They said as an exemption, when I see, after doing Yoga Pattabhishekam to me, they sent me to Polytechnic to study. Somebody even asked the question. You said at the age of 16 they have done Yoga Pattabhishekam 1994, but you went to Polytechnic till 1995 beginning. Yes, after Yoga Pattabhishekam they sent me to Polytechnic to complete my studies. That time they gave exemption. Whenever I go for this kind of things, I can wear more dresses. Even then, I should wear kavi inside. Even if I wear other dresses, other colors, kavi should be inside. And they gave exemption. Same way about food also. This is the rule. As an exemption they gave. Sometimes when you go, when you have to eat somewhere, okay. I maintained that same lifestyle even till I was in the Ramakrishna Math. Even though I used to be the kitchen Annadata and temple Bandari, I'll cook for everyone, but I myself is a poor eater and everyone was very happy about it. Very sincere tapasvi, and all of them used to support me for my tapas, and never I had any disturbance for my tapas. And that ecosystem is also very nice ecosystem, very good people supporting all the tapas and enlightenment lifestyle. The only thing, the mess I did is, even after I became completely free and my own life and started this public life where I am the head, I am the decision maker, I am the leader, even after that time, I continued the exemption as a rule. That is the mistake. That is the mess. This one piece dress. As an exemption, once in a while, if I was wearing 2-3 pieces, that is okay. But that should not have become a lifestyle. Maybe when I come for satsang, when I come for public programs, I can wear the attire needed for the occasion. But when I come back, retire in my space, I should have maintained just that, my guru's instruction, one piece. But unfortunately, slowly, the exemption given by them has become lifestyle. I tell you, when I started covering myself fully, not only the others can't see my body, even I stopped seeing my body, and I stopped seeing how others are reacting seeing my body. All these 3-level blindness has happened. I stopped seeing my body, means personal blindness, and others can't see my body. That is the second level blindness. And I cannot see others' reaction in their eyes when they see my body. That's a third level reaction. All the 3-level blindness has happened. See, women need to cover their body is a culture. But even culturally, in Hindu tradition, a sannyasi does not need to cover his whole body. Just one cloth is enough. Even culturally, one cloth should be the rule for sannyasis especially. This blindness plus this everyday eating habit, which is again exemption become rule. This too is what I consider responsible for collapse of my health. Otherwise, if I maintained this too properly with just one piece dress, like how I usually now wear, how I am wearing now, just one piece dress and same one meal. And nowadays it's not even one meal. I have, with the blessings of Paramashiva and Guru's grace, I made it like a rarely eating once in 15 days. That kind of only Maheshwara Puja eating, only on Maheshwara Puja's food. I made it that kind of lifestyle now. If I maintained this two, the one piece and one meal, even when they poisoned, I would not have suffered, I would have recovered very quickly. The impact of the poisoning would not have been there in my body for so long. The detoxing, recovering myself would have been much easier, quicker, if I maintained that two rule given by my gurus. See, one great thing, now I am absolutely healthy, fully healed, recovered, very strong, powerful, much more than the earlier. Best health. But if I maintained the Guru Vak given to me without allowing the exemption to become a rule, things would have been much better. Health would have been much better. That's all I feel. I want all of you to know, never use exemption as a rule to dilute yourself. I want to put this on record. One thing I am so happy now, even the Kailasa ecosystem has become a tapas ecosystem. I tell you, everyone has gone through so much of cleansing, physical detox and mental detox and real conscious stamina. That is something wonderful. Extremely wonderful and extraordinary. Everything, every one of you, the whole Kailasa ecosystems, purification, especially last 3 years without even physically seeing me. All of you are still connected, involved, intense,
Listen. Sorry for the technical glitch again. I was explaining that yesterday I received a message from Deepika. One of my sannyasini. She said what all she wants and all her, whatever she want to express to me. And then finally she put one word. Whatever you say, finally, I will do that. I will never question you. I will be your chaste disciple. I read that word. Just my whole inner space melted. I said, call her. I want to talk to her. I want her to hear my voice at least. I know what happens to you guys when you hear my voice. I can transmit literally the care and love I have and give you the assurance you are mine. I am verily part of you. Even if I scream. That is why nobody respects my screaming. Even if I scream, people say, oh, it's so cute. Even in my scream, you can see very clearly the deep. Know just my voice, what it can do to them. Same way, this Nirbhaya, she will send a long message, all polambifying about everything in the world, including an ant in front of her. She will say that that ant is doing all conspiracy against me. This world's best conspiracy theorist mind is 10% smaller than Nirbhaya's mind. She can really make all conspiracy theories, the world. But end of this whole thing, finally she will tell, you are my mother, Meenakshi, and whatever you say is the ultimately right, and you should only forgive me, even if I have spoken anything more. All right, what to do now? She pressed the right button. When you do everything and press the right button, what to do? All right. And same way, Gopika. She's absolutely chaste to me, committed to me. But cannot tolerate even herself. She won't tolerate even herself other than me. Once I went and told Arunagiri Yogeshwara like this. See, I read the story of how the Bringi Maharshi worshipped only Shiva and did not worship Devi, Parvati, Parashakti. And I read the whole story and I felt Bringi Maharshi was right. I went and told Arunagiri Yogeshwara, what is the wrong Bringi Maharshi did? You all should read that his story, that
he worshipped only Shiva and did not worship Devi, and then Devi took her part from his body. Then finally, Shiva gave him the knowledge that he and Devi are one and the same by giving Ardhanarishwara darshan, and he also completed and understood, realized, and got the blessings of Shiva and Devi together. And you should know the story. I went and asked Arunagiri Yogeshwara, what is the wrong? He laughed and said, beautifully, understand, being chaste only to Paramashiva is a great bhakti, great, but not enough. Understanding all his dimensions is needed for the ultimate truth, liberation. Again, he showed the example. To be part of Kailasa, you need to understand all dimensions of Paramashiva. You need to be in sync, completion with all aspects of Paramashiva. Only then you can achieve Sayujya Mukti, the ultimate enlightenment, liberation. I'll be connected only to you. Great, but not enough. Understanding the whole ecosystem, being part of the whole ecosystem, makes real Sayujya Mukti. That gives you the ultimate Sayujya Mukti and ultimate Mukti. I have seen people telling, oh, it's okay, I'll only be connected to you, I don't want to be part of the Kailasa. Then naturally I tell you, even your only connection to me will start getting diluted. And you will slowly lose it. Don't do that mess. Ecosystem is very important for continuous progress and manifestation of Paramashiva. Ecosystem is important for the ultimate mukti. People who try to deny the ecosystem, means Sangha administration, Kailasa people, and try to think that they will hold on only to me, they will not trust anyone in the ecosystem. I tell you, that is neither right attitude, nor that will take you to the great and greater space. That is the lesson Paramashiva taught to Bringi. That is why when I go to temple, I will worship every god, because I know all of them are part of the ecosystem. First, I will bow down to Ganapati, then Subramanya, then Nandishwara, then Badalalingam Adi Guru, then the Gobaratalayanar, then Arunagirinadar, then Vallala Maharaja, then Kalabhairava, then Mohini. Mohini is the Vishnu. In Kiligopuram, there is a Mohini deity. The Vishnu's incarnation is there. We worship and then go inside and have Paramashiva's darshan. And Ardhanarishwara and Dakshinamurti, all the different manifestations of Paramashiva, Parashakti herself. I tell you, ultimate truth is not difficult. That is the most easiest, because that is the truth. To be diluted is the real difficulty. Then you have to do too many things to be in a deluded state and diluted state. Ultimate is very easy. Be in the easy ultimate truth. Super determinism is the most easiest way to exist. I'll continue in the further satsangs. I sincerely request all of you to watch this satsang at least 2-3 times. So everything I said gets into you and starts manifesting as realization. So with this, I bless you all with the initiation and blessings. Let's all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Paramatvaita, Shuddhatvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैव समयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्ध देशिक स्वामि वागीश सुन्दर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्ध स्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरचित कैलास परम्परागत आदि कैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठसुराङ्गि साम्राज्यमूर्धाभिषिक्तचूडामणे साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव समुद्भूत कपिलमहागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तरसहस्र श्रीमहामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्तगणनायक श्रीमहागणपति समारम्भ अनवच्छिन्नपीठाधीश्वर गुरुपरम्परा प्राप्त अटलपीठ अष्टोत्तरसहस्र श्री अटलपीठाधीश्वर धर्ममुक्तिस्वर्गपुरस्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्रीकैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्रीकैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानन्द प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय
under the guidance Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvadeetam Gaganasadasham Tattamasyadilakshయం Ekam Nityam Dhruvalachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavadeetam Trigunarahtam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyadita, in your whole being and doing, manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a பொருள் word. After manifestation is contemplation, playing life, playing with, being alive, static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence. All these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, raising your frequency, not work.
Now let's understand who is Paramashiva. Bhagavan himself has beautifully explained the Paramashiva in all of us.
Paramashiva does manifestation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. He resides in his supreme Paramashiva Swarupa as Ajomuha, Radhomuha, unborn, beyond formlessness. Is Paramashiva Swarupa. That Paramashiva Swarupa manifests with these 5 faces as Sadashiva, Tatpurusha, Mahadeva, Ahora, Satyojata, Ishana. 5 faces he manifests and does the Panchakritya, Srishti, manifestation, Sthiti, sustenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of delusion, Anugraha, liberation. Understand? He does all these 5 jobs. Through these 5 faces. Now listen carefully. Tatpurusham, Vamadevam, Satyojatam, Ahoram, Ishanam. These 5 faces does Panchakrityas. Each phase, each dimension is not just one F-A-C-E phase, P-H-A-S-E phase. It's not just F-A-C-E, P-H-A-S-E. Understand? The creation, not just creation getting created, even sustenance need to be created, destruction need to be created, and pulling out of delusion need to be created, liberation need to be created. Then creation, manifestation need to be maintained. Maintenance, sthiti itself need to be maintained. Destruction, samhara, the rejuvenation need to be sustained, maintained when it is happening. Pulling out of delusion, prabhava, need to be maintained when it is happening. And anugraha, liberation, need to be maintained when it is happening. Those micromilliseconds when it is happening. So understand, Satyojata Murti has 5 faces. Ishana Murti has 5 faces. Vamadeva Murti has 5 faces. Agora Murti has 5 faces. Tatpurusha Murti has 5 faces. So, Tatpurusha Murti has his 5 faces. Agora Murti has his 5 faces. Vamadeva Murti has his 5 faces. Satyojata Murti has his 5 faces. Ishana Murti has his 5 faces. All these 5 Murtis, 5 faces put together is 25 faces of Mahasadashiva.
Bhagavan beautifully explained Paramashiva. Now, who is His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam?
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam is a reviver of Kailasa. The ancient Enlightenment civilization, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam is an avatar from and is a supreme pontiff of Hinduism. He has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, temple-based university for humanity, Sovereign Order of Kailasa led by His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam and Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, Hindu diasporas are working for global peace and to give a superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University, world's largest, with the extended campus in 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, preserving, time capsuling, decoding, spreading, reviving 20 million source book of Hinduism and 64 sacred arts, science like Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, and Vastu, and many more. Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam is 293rd Guru Maha Sannidhanam of Shamala Pita Sarvanya Pita, ancient apex body of Hinduism and present emperor of Surya Sasagi Samrajyam. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam has gone through the worst prosecution of multiple assassination attempts on person and character by anti-Hindu element. The Pramanas are the evidences in different levels of how the Shastras, Aptas, Rishis, Munis, everybody has manifested the powers of the science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Shastras, the evidences from the Shastras, the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, which is Vedas and Agamas, the Apta Pramanas, experience of the millions of Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvars, Siddhas, who are the authority of Hinduism, who manifested all the powers, foolproof, scientific, and authentic, and time-tested. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experiences of power manifestation, his very own Leelas. Shakshi Pramanas, the experience of the millions of disciple, devotee, followers initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study made on measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Bhagavan has given the evidences in different levels that it is possible for us to live as a superconscious being and not yet suffer by being just a human. Bhagavan has given the Shastra Pramana to understand this sutra much more deeply. Let's listen to the Shastra Pramana.
युगपन्निर्विकल्पेन मनसा परमोदयः सर्वं देहं चिन्मयं हि जगद्वा परिभावयेत् युगपन्निर्विकल्पेन मनसा परमोदयः.
Shastra Pramana, eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures. This is sources Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sustra 63, Dharana 40. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, one should consciously cognize, keeping the mind beyond the moment of the thought, free from any doubt or the root cognition, that the whole body and even the whole universe indeed are simultaneously of the essence and the nature of consciousness in the infinite space of oneness, then supreme awakening happens. Bhagavan beautifully said how we exist and how we perceive what is power of now. Just declaring ourselves as Paramashiva, not just declaring as Paramashiva, but also we are how we relate to ourselves, how we relate to the outer world, how the world relates to us. Everything, having power over everything, is the power over now. to happen, whatever, it's a celebration, Paramashiva's gift for us, whatever it is auspicious, Bhagavan says. Somebody asked Bhagavan, you're going through so many things, unbelievable, unimaginable, hatred, violence, all kinds of things in all kinds of level, in every little bit that has happened to him. Why could have you not stopped it? He simply said, I didn't know that all this is something inauspicious to stop. He doesn't even know that something is wrong to correct it, because we think that is wrong and we've been told that is wrong. We are stuck. Coming as an insider, Bhagavan always says, when you're an insider, you know why the changes were done, and simply you can manifest your reality because you are an insider. How you can gain the maximum when you're in a company, if you're an insider, simply that is exactly, this is consciously, eternally how you exist. Immediate gratification, we are going behind what is going to come for us in this life. But what is available for us is millions of years with Paramashiva, the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva, which we can manifest when we understand the higher cognition, the maturity in our cognition, and manifestation is the very way of life. Let's go to the Apta Brahmana. Apta Brahmanas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamars, Alvars, Siddhars, experience of the power manifestation. Here we have the Pandya king, who was one Kulasekara Pandyan. Once he was a ruler and he was given by the Lord himself. He was scanned and given the very detail of how to build the temple. God himself came down and gave him all the detail that he needs to do for building a temple. Such a beautiful experience that he had. Those days, all the kings lived as a beautiful space of manifestation and guided by all the enlightened master into the ultimate science. They all, Rama, lived and ruled for thousands of years. They were Kaya Kalpa, they were eternal and beautiful, amazing possibility for the humanity. Bhagavan beautifully has given us the Apta Pramana, Atma Pramana, and Bhagavan himself has given powerful cognition in multiple levels. How he has dropped the idea of wearing many clothes or the food. Food has always been the toxin, especially now we know how much of toxin has gone into us, visually, mentally, physically, in all levels. And it is not required to live as the best, beautiful space. And we can see how these great Mahans do not eat and they lived many years, much more than what science could understand. Science is still catching up. Now they have told that gut bacteria runs our brain 90%. Simply they are able to understand these truths and how Ekadasi, just the one day, can cure cancer. All this is coming up in the beautiful science, is only slowly, but Bhagavan has given much beyond for us to live without all these diseases. Simply beyond all that and having an immune system like anything and just enjoying life is only the Langanam Parama Aushadam. Fasting is the best medicine that you can receive. And Bhagavan is initiating all of us into the ultimate science. Different levels, different examples that Bhagavan has lived his own life for us, playing the Leela and making us understand the higher science. Now let's go to the instruction for manifestation. Please set up the camera. We are going to have the scanning of object in a house. You can do with a partner and you can record the whole incident so beautifully that these moments will be the ultimate moments when you play it back, because it will not have logic in it, but simply you would have said something which you just occurred to you because Paramashiva is manifesting through you. So make sure you're recording with the timestamp so that you can collect all these beautiful gems. How Bhagavan said, the people who really start in being in the temple inside, the Shivacharya who are doing the Abhishekam, are already in a space of ultimate oneness. Same way Bhagavan has given us the ultimate space here to manifest all these powers. Let's go through the guidelines. So if you have the Jnananjan, apply in your third eye and your temples. Ask for your partner to write down the object or location details of the first thing. Whatever object that they want us to scan in the house, they can write down. If you don't have a partner, you can scan for some few objects and call them and confirm if they have the exact space that is available. Do not say they have one fridge, one television, but go for the detail. Where is the Meenakshi deity or some their Ishta Devati like Hanuman? And you see that in a particular place where they have a study in something very specific like this, please go ahead. And what color is the Hanuman wearing? Some details which is very specific, and if it matches exactly, you have manifested the power. If you've got some of them is correct, that's beautiful. If you just experience Kundalini energy, that's also beautiful. You have started manifesting. Understand, we are constantly manifesting. It is just that we are not seeing what we are manifesting, missing these moments. That is why we are falling into the delusion that something else exists other than manifestation, that we have to think and do something. Always nature and Bhagavan is always very simple and always the most beautiful space. Love is most simple and most beautiful. We don't have to do anything. Anything priceless is always most beautiful and simple. So only thing Paramashiva is telling us to observe, what are you manifesting? You are a manifester. You are Paramashiva who's manifesting, maintaining, and pulling us out of delusion and sustaining, regenerating, and finally liberating. All the things, Panchakriya, the Panchakritya, the whole science is available for each one of us, and each one of us is executing. Only we need certain remembrance of ourselves, the very core of us where Paramashiva resides. Again and again, remember Paramashiva, simply we'll manifest the ultimate reality. Now let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Have the house detail, which house you're going to scan, and start getting the detail, whatever Paramashiva gives, draw it, write it, whatever he shows it at the MI or Google, and very first check on the Google also. But do not do something which you already know. Let Paramashiva show you something new today. So visualize Paramashiva in your third eye. Again and again, bring Paramashiva in your third eye. Remembrance is liberation. Absolute unclutching from all that which you know as your outer world. How you unclutch when you go to deep sleep. Now do the same thing when you're fully aware. Complete completion, making an understanding. How Bhagavan said, when you're in completion with everything around you, that is when you are raising yourself to the higher reality, because everything is a mirror of you. There is nothing other than you that exists, because you're an absolute, you're infinite. You are the manifestation of that which is a reflection of you. Again and again, no point in blaming, because there's nothing to exist. If in the dream, if you're fighting with somebody, will you blame anybody? Nobody. It makes no sense when we get up. That person, if suppose that other person has even done something the worst in the last birth, will you do anything? And that person is your mother this birth. What would you do? You would simply surrender. Simply because we have forgotten exactly the same. There is nothing out there for us to hold on except the space of Paramashiva. Complete completion is very, very important. There is nothing to feel nice about inferiority and incomplete and ignorance. Get back to your original space. You are Paramashiva. Let's exaggerate that for a moment and see what happens. Let's tell all that which exists, all our incompletion for a few minutes can stay away, and in case you're going to hold. All that Bhagavan is showering on us. Even a moment of thinking about that, Bhagavan's hairstyle, Bhagavan's dress, Bhagavan's look, Bhagavan's smile. There's tons of things that we can go on the Shaktipada. Be it in that bhava. Continuously contemplate on that. Don't leave that with any gap. Nothing should disturb us on that. And finally, intensely chanting the Mahavakya. Mahavakya simply manifest as powers. Now let's start intensely sitting straight with a head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and remembering Paramashiva and chanting the Mahavakya deeply from your navel.
Let Paramashiva's spirit manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pose, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's light manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pose, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's light manifest in all our lives. Let the Amrita flow. Let the Agni open up. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's light manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita flow. Let the Agni open up. Manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow. Manifest.
That's so beautiful. Whatever you have scanned, please verify with the other person that whatever Paramashiva has shown is exactly matching with what you have written it down. And whatever you have recorded, make sure you can post this at the end of the session. Now, if you feel you're not manifested or you're manifesting and you're so excited of just everything seeing just perfectly in such a beautiful space of satsang, that Bhagavan is just not only giving us powerful cognition, but shifting our cognition daily. The beautiful story where one of the guru was saying to the girl, you come and deliver every day on time. And every day she used to be late. She used to stand by some place and listen to the Bhagavatam. And she used to feel like, oh, wow, this is so good. And she used to come late. The guru used to say, no, this was like you're being late. And he wanted to demonstrate. He took a broken basket and he said, see, you're like a basket, and whatever the water comes in, it just leaves. There's no point. So there's no point in you listening to all the satsangs. And the lady beautifully said, see, the basket is cleaned. I think you missed that. Simply when you listen to the satsang, the inner space becomes pure and pure and pure. And whatever he's saying will start manifesting as reality. Even that is happening by beautiful space of oneness with Paramashiva, because we are constantly listening with such a joy, Shaktipada. Simply it becomes the reality in us. Now surrender everything, whatever you manifested or not manifested, to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Again and again, surrendering to Bhagavan's lotus feet is the only way for us to experience the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva. So let's start the second one. You can scan one more place, or your office, somebody's office, or some childhood place, and the unique feature you can write, or the object that is there in the house which they remember, you can write down and ask them. Such a beautiful experience of us just knowing it, just becoming the Sarvajñatva, just by being in the Shaktipada. Now sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Continuously bring awareness to your third eye. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye. And chant the Mahavakya. Bhagavan has said, Mahavakya, when you chant, you listen 50%. Whenever you listen and chant, it becomes ajaba ajaba in your throat. When nothing moves in your tongue, but there is something heard constantly, often loudly, the whole being vibrates with the chant, and contemplate on the great truth that Bhagavan has given in different levels, different dimensions. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely.
Paramashiva's third eye in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all of the third eyes. Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third manifest in all our burdens. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third manifest in all our burdens. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open up. Manifest in all of us.
Such a beautiful space of oneness with Paramashiva. Now you can verify. Let's go to the verification process where we can verify all that we have manifested is authentic, and every time we are able to manifest it more and more by sharing with the whole world. Sharing and causing is so important of our manifestation. Whenever you manifest anything, thank Bhagwan. You come to Satsangh, thank Bhagwan, that beautiful gift that he has given you, and he's downloading every single day just for you, hours together. So write your comments on the Facebook, in your Facebook group, or in tinyurl.com/manifestation. Again and again, when you start writing your powerful cognition and power manifestation videos and photos, you start reiterating yourself into the higher dimension, who you are. Only when you are really happy, you celebrate that news with everybody. So when you start celebrating, it becomes really amazing news. So let's experience the ultimate gift of sharing with the world, and tag it to your friends and families and bring them also to the satsang. 8 billion people are there. How Bhagwan said, we have to reach a lot more for more and more humanity to come and experience Bhagwan himself and join our celebration. So with deep gratitude, humble gratitude, let's surrender all this power and powerful cognition to Bhagwan's lotus feet and thank Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamadashyate Purnasya Purnamadnami Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Anandam. Thank you so much for participating in the Power Manifestation session, Kailash Kotiyat Manifesting Power session. Please make sure after every satsang you're there to manifest more and more powers of Paramashiva. Thank you, Nithyananda.